Welcome back to 90 days of web development. This is going to be 90 days, not consecutively, just 90 total days of committing to spending some focus time directed at learning web development. So, so we are on day 3. We wanted to do day 3 on Friday, but things just don't work out always. That's going to be the case for a lot of the time. Fridays are going to be inaudible most of the time, so I will update the schedule to reflect that. But where are we at now? Yeah, so reminder of who I am. My name is Kevin, and I have some tech background. If you look at some of the previous videos that I've done here, I involved doing some data analysis and also exploring some tutorials on JavaScript and whatnot. So I want to take it a little bit deeper and go for 90 full days of really drilling down and seeing how much I can learn in those 90 days. So that's what this is. It's not a course. I'm not going to be following any particular curriculum. I'm just going to be going wherever my brain flows and see what I want to do. Currently, that's looking at CSS and in general, just the freeCodeCamp courses on responsive web design and further. So we want to learn more on JavaScript and Typescript, and learn about the back end stuff and building databases for this. And at the end of it, I hope to be able to spend some of those days working on projects and making something really cool. So we'll see how that turns out near the end of that time. For today, we're gonna do some freeCodeCamp. Let me get that situated here. Okay. I'm just gonna bring up. Let's go to the left screen here. Left screen, right there. And there we go. Here we are. We're going to bring up the freeCodeCamp. freeCodeCamp is going to the other screen. There it is. I just want to set these up so that we've got this all settled. Okay. And I can put this one right here, and that's nice. And we can go look at the MDN docs, the Mozilla Developer Network. And let's just go search for that. Let's just go, CSS in general. We'll just bring up those docs, and we'll get started with this. I believe I'm still logged in. Can I go there? It is being a little bit sluggish today on the computer here. I'm not sure what is going on with that. We're on the web design, and where we left off was looking at backgrounds and borders. Some accessibility considerations is what we're going to look at next. So we'll dive into that and get that started. Feel a little bit cluttered today. It's start of the week, and just trying to get back into this. I did edit the script and the styling for the pomodoro timer. Hopefully we don't have any kind of overflow of the text. That was kind of ugly, but we'll see. We're gonna have a 6 pomodoros of 20 minutes each, and then we're going to take a long break, and then we're going to do 6 more pomodoros of 20 minutes each. And so there's going to be like a 4-ish minute break in between. So let's get started with that now. So if you'd like to use this as your backup, or not your backup, as your what am I saying? I don't even know what I'm talking about. If you want to use this as your focus time Pomodoro, feel free to do so. I think what I want to do for a lot of this because I am not making a lot of sense. I'm going to mute my mic, and I'm going to just try to get settled, get centered here with that first pomodoro. So I'll be muting the mic. You can listen to the music. It'll be nice. Okay. Okay, so we have a lab here. So we'll do this lab, and let me set up the. I'll actually share the link in the chat, and it's not on the right one. Zero monitored broadcasts. It should be monitoring. There we go. There we go. That's the one we want. And I should be able to get the progress bar going here. Does that say blog postcard? Yeah, it looks like it does. Okay, so we've got our progress bar down there, and that should track our progress as we work through this one. Although, I don't know, is there... Oh, nah, it won't be able to track that. Never mind. Won't be able to track it. But we will try to do this on here. Okay. What do I want to do? I want to take the preview out. Take the preview out. We'll put the preview right up next to us here, and we'll have that right there. Let's see. We want to build an app that's functionally similar to this thing. Okay. We don't need to. Do we need to do the design as well, or what can we do? Read more. You can have a link. It's just going to be a little card. And we'll start coding. Try not to copy the example project. Give it your own personal style. So in this lab, we'll practice how to style backgrounds and borders by creating a blog post card. So the objective will be to fulfill the user stories below and get all the tests to pass to complete the lab. So should have a div element with a class. So that's going to be in the in here. And we're going to have postcard, blog postcard is the name of the class that is going to be assigned to this div, so that we can control the style of just that div or divs like that. Within the blog postcard element, you should have an image element with a valid alt. So we want alt text as well, attribute, but I don't know, like what is our source going to be? Our source is going to be HTTPS CDN freeCodeCamp .org curriculum. You could just like copy and paste this, but it's just some practice for typing practice. Yeah, there you go. And so the alt text should be close up of laptop with human. We have to specify human hands, remember, because they could be other species of hands, other things. Could be alien hands. Could be robot hands. We'll say hovering over the keyboard. I think that's decent. That's some decent alt text. Describes what we're looking at. Close up of a laptop screen. Human hands hovering over the keyboard. I don't know. In the div, we should also have a div with post content. So is that going to be inside of this, or is it outside? so maybe it's outside. The class of this one. Oh, it says it right there. I just don't read. I just don't read further enough. I just don't read further. Let's see. So this can actually go here. Post content is what we want. And we want an H2 element to have a class of post title. And we want this to have the title of the post, I guess. We'll just say blog title. And then we want a P element with a class of post excerpt. And then what we want is some text summarizing my blog post. There we go. You can see it there. It's not styled, so it's kind of the contrast isn't right. We need to fix the contrast. We want an anchor element with the class of read more. And we want the text to say read more. So they're gonna judge us if we don't say read more. And the body element's background color should be a value other than white. So let's go over to the styles and let's do the body. So the background color is what we were looking at, right? Color should be something other than white. Let's make our own little style here. It should be like 89C4FF. There we go. And you know what we need to do? Because we didn't do this yet. They always leave this out for us. We always have to do this. We need the link, the relation with the style sheet. Get a link relation with the style sheet, and then is it source or is it source? I can't remember. I cannot remember what it is. Is that what it is? That is not what it is. It's the href, right? It's the href? There it is. Bob! There we go. And that's some nice light colors. I think we could even go lighter. And let's see, we've got to finish up what we're doing because they're gonna be going on a quick little break in a minute here. So let's take a look at what we have for 5. Apply the following styles. So we're going to apply some styles to the blog post card in the styles thing here. Oh, we'll do that when we come back. let's get started with round 2 here. Pomodoro number 2. We want to style this particular class. So we're going to see the blog postcard. We want to do the background color of that, and we're going to just set it to white. Oops. There we go. And there we go. Don't know why we want it to be a white background, but okay, whatever. Border radius, we're going to set a rounded corner to be, let's do 20 pixels. We're going to make it nice and rounded. And then we need to add some padding here, the text alignment of your choice. A width of our choice, so border width, let's do 10 pixels. Rounded corners. What was the border width? Was it just border 10? I forget. Let's go take a look in the docs here. It should be border width, right? Oh, we just don't have a color for it, right? So border color, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna make it like that. If we can. That's weird. Blog postcard. That div should be completely changing here. Now, are we supposed to put the... So we want div element to hold everything, and do we have the image is not inside of the class here? Because it should be. That should be inside of this class. Yeah, we have our image, and then next to that is the post content. What is going on? What is going on? Background color, and then we have this post thing here, but the image is not getting that rounded corner. I think what we might need to do, I think, despite what they're saying for us here, is use one of these selectors here. All images that are, children of the blog postcard. We're going to say, give me what was it? We did it on Thursday. I can't remember what it was that we did. Image cover, I think it was. Cover? Object fit, is that what it was? Was it object fit? Contain cover? I think maybe that's what it was. Was it object fit? Is that what it was? Contain, it wasn't that. Okay. So maybe... Yeah, there's definitely something going on here. So let me read further and see what they might suggest here. Post image, so I can do that. Did I add... I did not give it a post image class, so we do need to give it that. So we're going to say class is post img. Okay. And so what is happening here? It's not being contained by the width here. Is it the width? We actually want to set the width. Maybe that's what they're talking about. They're not saying that we're not giving a color to this right now. We're doing white. That's what the width is. It's not border width. They're talking actual width. So let's do 500 pixels, and then it shrinks it down. And then so I don't understand why this is not shrinking down. I forget what it's called. Yeah, it should be styled so that the image fills the card's entire width and has a bottom border. Okay. So how do I make that happen? Let's do 600, and then we want to do that there. I'm gonna have to go back and look at so actually open this back up again and go back into that, but I want to keep this open while I go back into it. Let's get started, and then what we'll do is we'll go. I don't want to continue with that. Let me see. Do I have to continue? Let me see. Let me just go back. You should be able to go through and not like have to authorize. So slow. So slow. It's so slow. So if I save it, it'll save it to there. If I go back, let's go back to here, and that's why I didn't want to do that, because it's going to close that down. Backgrounds and that. So I think it was it with it wasn't with image size is what we were looking for, right? Background image. We want the background image property to be that, but that's not it's not what we were looking for, right? It was something else. It was something else. We added an image element. So how do we cover? So background size is cover, but that's yeah, that's setting a different thing. That's setting a different thing, isn't it? That's setting a different thing. But that is under here. It is in this section. So I don't understand, because they're saying that we want to add a actual. They want us to add a image element. Did they not? They want an image element and a class of post image. You can use that there. So I guess, do we have to call it a background? No, because that doesn't really work, does it? We could inherit from the previous. It's just weird. Why are they saying, like, this is a little awkward. I don't understand. Like, I'm trying to pigeonhole myself into doing it the way that, like, using only the things that they have brought up before. So image elements, how do you fit it to contain the background? Background image property works for that, but then what did they actually want us to do? Maybe they wanted us to set it up as a background image. No, they said for the source out attribute. So if I say background image, and I say inherit, what does that mean? I'm confused at what they want us to do here. Okay, let me go to the curriculum. So is it back when we did the photo app? It was with styling. It had to be with styling. Well, this is different though. I'm confused with that. Did I already breeze through that part? Maybe I did. We're still in this basic CSS, right? And sign a cafe menu. So we are working with backgrounds now. Inline block. I didn't really kind of got lost with that one. Inline internal external CSS. Yeah, that's fine. Inline block. In that. Is it like, is it just because I do, wait a minute, if I do with inherit, it's just with inherit. I'm not smart. Oh gosh. Okay, they talked about inheritance. Okay. So that's how I think we're gonna do it. That's how we gotta do it. Oh my gosh. A width of your choice. So now it should scale with the width of the container, which is this thing. So I like to, I don't know, like, I don't know. I haven't really read much on this, but the way I like to start to organize these is at least linearly as basically like a tree. Like blog post card contains post image, so just like put that underneath it and add some like comments or something. So like you can do like blog postcard. I don't know if this is like good practice or not. And so like, and then this could be like a new you know, a sibling of blog postcard. I have no idea. Sibling of blog postcard. I don't think there are any, but I don't know. It just makes it feel like it's easier to organize that way. I don't know. I haven't read much in the style guides and stuff. The text alignment of my choice. So what text alignment do we want? We want align, I think, items as like center we could do. Oh wait, that's the wrong, oh, no, center. No, it's align content, I think. No? Justify content? Justify items. Oh my god. Okay, what are the ways? What are my options when I justify content? Come on. Really? There's no options? I don't know. Text alignment within there. Do we do text alignment again? Is it text align? Is that what it is? Is that an actual thing? Wait a minute. Oh. There we go. That's pretty cool. Okay. There we go. That's what I want to do. Text align. There we go. Post image. Oh, it should be styled so that the image fills the card's entire bottom. Didn't I do that? Fills the entire width and has a bottom border. What does that mean though? What bottom border did you want? Like bottom border. Let's see. What kind of border did you want? Like, weird. Oh, there we go. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? How does it escape? So we want a bottom on the border, a border on the bottom, a bottom on the border. Let's do this as that. There we go. That's nice. You could do this as linear gradient too. That would be fun, right? Did we look at linear gradients? I thought we did. We did look at linear gradients, did we not? Oh, we can go from there to White. Right. Okay. We're gonna take a break. Okay, we gotta figure this out. Okay, here we go. How does this work? To bottom, black. To bottom. With the black. How does the linear gradient work? I don't understand this. Why does the linear gradient not work for this? For borders. Does it work for borders? Works for backgrounds. Does it work for borders? There would be a way to do this, right? That you do a Oh gosh, I don't know. Actually, don't know. You'd put a background around it. So, I think. So, wait a minute, because the. And we want to do what, like 180 degrees, and we want to do. So it starts going right to left or something like that. I forget what we did. We did look at that. That would be that, right? You can do it as background color or just background? You have to do it as background. Okay. Can't do linear gradients on borders? It's gotta be possible. For these new WebKits, that has to be possible. Gradient borders. I feel like you should be able to do that. Mozilla WebKit does that, okay. Oh, wait. So it's on border image. Okay, wait a minute. So here, you're saying... So you have to say border style. Not working. Border image, border width. It's 180 degrees. This, and then if I do at 0%, no. Oh, that's just... Okay, never mind. No, that's a different thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. They want a bottom border. I should be able to specify the color. Here we go. We'll just do it like that. And then I think we can do the width there as well. And get rid of that. And there we go. And we don't need it to be that big. We can just make it a 4. Maybe 5 or 6. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, but body... There's already some padding in the background there, so we could, the body, we could do some, Justify content, I think. No. Justify items. No. No. Which one is it? I don't know how any of this works. Okay. Well, okay, so I don't know how the gradients are going to work, but whatever. Let's move along. Someday we'll learn. Or you can help me out. We need some help from chat. Chat needs to help us out. You know what? This isn't centered, is it? That is not centered. I want it to be like centered over here, but I'm not centered. Ah, that's a shame. That's a real shame. Okay, well, like I'm centered when I'm here, but I'm not, like, because then I end up like leaning over here, and then I don't want that. Make sure that I'm like leaned back here, and then I'm like focused here. Okay, let's see. Should be styled so that the image fills the entire width, has a bottom border. It does have a bottom border. It looks like it's good there. The post content, which should be underneath, I think. Where is it again? Post content was underneath, so it's a sibling of that other one, right? So it's a sibling of this. Post content style so that there's padding inside of the card. So let's do a 5 pixel. One there. Is that working like that? Let me see. Okay, yeah, there is some. Yeah, okay. So how much padding do we want? I think we only want like let's just give it 10 pixels of padding, just a little bit on the bottom and the top there. And then so the post title, which is inside of post content, right? So post content is gonna have one inside there. Post excerpt. I wonder if you can do this as that. Like post content is this. So we have these. And all those are, you know, siblings of that one. Or children of that one. Okay. Just trying to make it easier for my brain to understand what we're dealing with structurally. Post title and post excerpt. So you want the post content style, you want the post title and post excerpt. Should have text color that other than the default and margins on both sides. So we want the text color. What I want to do is do it as I forget what the one was. Let me go back to my stylings. I always need to bring up my styles. Don't remember the dark. The D8EBFF. 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 Best friends forever. Wait, that's not it. That's the lightest one, isn't it? That's the lightest? The lightest one. I want the dark. 001 E3B. 001. E3B. There we go. It's basically black, but it's yeah, you can hardly tell. It's got good contrast. Good contrast there. Are they going to judge our contrast? Is that what they're going to do? And we want margin on all sides, 10 pixels. So we want a big, nice margin around it, and then we want post excerpt. to be a color of let's give that a slightly different color. So what was the other color in between that I had? Was 004589. 004589. 004589. There you go. So there's still good contrast. So I think what we should do is maybe we'll swap these. We'll just swap these. That color should be there. This color should be down here, because remember, the bigger text can have a lower contrast ratio than the smaller text, but the smaller text should have the biggest ratio. So that's a takeaway for today. Margin for this, let's just do 5 pixels on all sides. And there we go. It was maybe inheriting the margins before. I feel like the margin on the bottom should be larger, though. Although, let's see. What is the structure again of this? We have post content. Inside of post content, we have post title, post excerpt, and read more. Okay. So inside of here we have read more. The element should have a text color other than the default. So obviously, so this one, maybe we do it as this. Does that work out that way? Maybe we should do it this other way. Maybe we should do it as well, how big should it be? We should have a background color. So background let's do it as a linear. Can we do it as a linear gradient? 0 degrees. Let's do. Should do it as lighter, right? Oh, let's do it. Let's do darker. Let's do it as darker. And then we'll do the color should be lighter here. What was the color that we wanted for this one? D8 EBFF. D8 EBFF. D8 EBFF. Okay. And then we can do the gradient. So why does the gradient not work? Gradient not work. I'm very confused. We were doing this, right? So background color doesn't work for linear gradient on that. It should, shouldn't it? Maybe the background image we do as linear gradient? Oh. Oh. Oh, should be a color other than the default. Well, that's pretty cool. I like that. I like that a lot. And then we're going to have some effects that we're going to add to this, right? Can't do transparent. Is that a thing? So we want to do this as FFFFFOO F, like that, and at least then it's just clear. And we can add some to it if we do an F. Oh, you know what? We could just do it as that. Background image we can say is white. Or we can do it as black. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It gets overridden anyway. Let's just add a note. Oops. Wait. Oh, can we just... No? What is that anyway? What's the error? Okay. We have background color. Margin, we want to have a pretty big margin on the top. I guess I think what we want to have is like 10 pixels there. It didn't affect anything. Why didn't that affect anything? Why doesn't that affect that? I am very confused. And then we want some padding on the middle, which of course is that. Now, what is going on? Because I'm very confused. I'm very confused that this read more is not being affected by anchor, read more. We didn't put a thing in here though. The anchor doesn't have anything pointing. It's not pointing anywhere. So, okay. I'm confused. Why? It's like this. Oh, display properties inline block. That's probably why. Okay. What's going on here? Why is that? There we go. And then that adds spacing. I don't know why there's... What's going on with that? That's overridden by the other stuff. Yeah. Read more, and then we want a radius around there. We want rounded corners. So we'll do a... There we go. 10 pixels seems good. Read more about it there. We can do this as let's do like one of those weird like 30-degree ones. That's pretty cool. I think like 60 degrees, pretty cool. Yeah. I'm going to take an actual longer break, so it's going to be, I'm going to pause the timer, and then we'll come back. All right. Okay, we're technically on break, but I'm gonna come back in here, just get settled back in for the next focus break here, the focus block. What I wanted to do was look up how to do these linear gradient things. Yeah, so we got the linear gradient. What do I want to do? Maybe like a 15 degree. At 20 degrees. 20 degrees, nice. I like that. Okay, doing some styling here. Styling, profiling, wee whiling, be biling. Okay, so yeah, that looks cool. That looks pretty cool. To read more, so we want to have some hover effects, right? So in order to do that, we need some pseudo element stuff here. We want to do on hover, we want to have something happen here. So what do we want to have happen? It's going to change the background color. So on the yeah, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, it's going to change it to white, but I mean, I don't think that really does anything, though, if I do it that way. No, if I do the background image, it gets overridden. It's overridden by that. So I think what we might do is do it this way. Let's hide this for a moment. And we'll do it as dark. Okay, so we'll do 001 E3B as that. And how about we invert? How about we invert the so it'll be like that to read more. And then the background color will then be 00E E3B on hover. I think that should be the visited, right? That should be the visited. Now, I guess technically that's not bad to do it like that. Hover effects that change change the background. The other thing we could do is that the color, we could change it to AOFF, and that's decent. Whatchamacallit? That's decent contrast. Okay. I still like having this on here, though. If we, oops, we cut that out and then we do this, that could be funner. So that on hover, you get that nice effect there to read more. And then the color of the, there we go. I kind of like that. I like that a lot. Technically, we're changing the background color. It's going to say that we are, and then we're doing a little bit more than that. Is that all we needed to do? I think what we wanted to do was to center this whole thing. I don't know how to do that, though. Yeah, I don't know how to position it without using those like layout things, right? What was the example project? So they're centering it on there, and they have this like border that's all the way around. I just don't understand why it's not giving it the top border either. Border radius 20. That kind of looks kind of cool. said bottom border for this. Entire width and has a bottom border. What did it look like on here? So it does fill the entire thing. I'm just really not sure what I'm missing here. So we did 20 for that. So if we do 15, we do 20. And we have a border on the bottom there, border radius. Top. That doesn't do anything. Border top radius? No, that doesn't do anything. Can you do this on here? So, oh. So we can do it differently. So I can do it like that with a bottom radius, and I can also do a border top left radius. We can do that as 20 pixels. And that does that. And then we can do a border top right radius. So you can control it in different ways. So that's cool. That's pretty cool. Like that. We do inherit from here. So if we do 600 for the postcard, we can do that. But then how do I center it in the center of the div? If we do position relative or something. Yeah, it's so odd though. So how do I look at this? If I inspect this, let's see what's happening here. Let me look at the style editor. So style editor, text align is there. They've got font families there. They've got this. I could set up different font families to do it the way that I want. So they're doing this flex. So they're doing it as flex. So that's what I think is going on. If we do flex column, then we can get the same thing. Because I think you do need to have and do here, because what we can do is can I do justify self? No. Um, well, that works for that. It's just that. It's not the width, it's the other thing. So it's in column, but then what do we want to do? Is it margin auto? Is that what we want? Oof. What do is inline block? Does that work? I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. That seems like a lot of writing. Text aligns in the center. That's how I wanted it there. That doesn't do anything, bro. So this ideally should be what it's for. You do display flex 100% the viewport width, and then you do margin 0. Do 10. It's okay. It's just to make sure that you know where the center is, basically. Centers horizontally should be justify content. Why is this wrong? And why is that? Wait. That is what I want. How come it didn't work before? That is what I did, right? Or was it justify items? We can do align items as centering there. That's gonna... because it doesn't know how much the height is. Oh, we don't know how big the viewport width is. Okay. The viewport width is actually smaller. Interesting. Okay. This is okay. That's fine. I actually like it like that. So we'll do it like that. And then we'll check our code. And it passes. 100% complete. There is one other thing I just wanted to do with the styling here. Styling and wilding. We want to do font family. Font family. So what we'll do here, we'll do inside here, we want a different font family for the postcard. No, wait a minute. Post image, post content, post title. We want a different font family. And we want to do caveat brush, I think. But I think we need to import that. No, it's good. It's good. For the titles, maybe we'll do New Wave? New Wave? New Wave, yeah, and then we can do letter spacing as big spacing. Not that much. Let's do 3 because it does. Yeah. That looks nice. That looks very nice. That looks very nice. Maybe 2. 2 is a little bit. Yeah. There we go. And then the text of the excerpt we want to be something else, but we do want font family here to be overriding with the specificity. So let's see. We want this to be caveat brush. We want that to be caveat brush. Read more. And we want overall for regular text, we want the font family to be Averia Sans Libra. There we go. Nice. Nice. Very nice. I like it. I like it a lot. There we go. That's cool. That's super cool. And just in time. So become a supporter of me or of freeCodeCamp. They do great stuff there. So let me see. Can I get this going up here? Can I do an action? Send that. Okay, it should send something. I don't know why it didn't do anything. The donation link is what we want. Why is it called chat? That's not the action. Oh my gosh. That's so dumb. All right, hang on a second. Why didn't that work anyway? That should have worked. Maybe because it's not... Okay, so wait a minute, because it's not... Okay, I think I know why. Services? No. Platforms, YouTube. Broadcasts. It knows which one we're on, right? We are connected to this one. Yep, and we are monitoring that one. We are monitoring this one. So... why is that not working? So I bet it did send to there. I want to change this group. I need to change the rename to chat. And then the rename this one. Donation link. Okay. So there's something going on with catching the latest from a variable. It's not what I want though. So the latest should be there. So if I send this, so let me see. I gotta check my pending the actual action history. It did it twice, right? Progress bar is still going. It shouldn't be. What variables did we have? There are no variables that are gathered. Should be the latest. Latest broadcast. I test this? Can I test it? Test it. It's not working. So I want to enable that, disable that. And let me see. Let me see if this works. Let me see testing this one. Rename group. Move from history. So okay, we want to reload this. Oops. Okay, hang on a second. That didn't send it. I don't know why. All right, I'll have to figure that out. Copy subaction. Subaction. So, but if I send it to all, are we not like? Because we're not monitoring the old ones, right? We're not monitoring old ones. It's just all the ones that we're monitoring. These are upcoming and they're monitored, but these are broadcasts that are past. And okay, so those are past ones. I guess I could get the broadcast ID from there. Huh. I don't know. Maybe it's the chat that's doing that. I have to have the other chat open. But this should be the same chat that's docked in the other thing. It's not doing it. Code up code sent that stuff, which is interesting. Okay, that's cool. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to be able to figure this out right now, so I'm going to, let's see, yeah, I don't know why it's not doing that. It should be right. If I do it from variable, maybe. I wanted to see, maybe, did it show up? And maybe I just am not picking it up from my end. It's kind of hard with YouTube doesn't have a, yeah, they do not have a stream manager that you can use on your phone, which is kind of a pain in the butt. Let me see, did it show up in chat? Did it actually show up in chat? Let me see. See if it showed up in the actual chat. We'll look at the review and then we'll do the quiz and then take a look at that. I think I might just focus on CSS tomorrow. Although I don't know. Where's my like stream dashboard or something? Live. And I can go to the manager there. There we go. Okay. Okay. So top chat and that. So it did send? Learn. No, it did not. Never mind. Live chat? That's what I want. Let me look at all chat. Moderation activity. Let me see. Moderation activity will be shown. Let me see if it actually works. See if it actually sends. And then it's just getting picked up by a moderator or something like that. By moderation. I don't know. I don't know how this is supposed to work. Clear chat history. Clear it from here. Oh, it's not working. It's not actually sending. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Okay. I don't understand what's happening. How does it crop to vertical? So you can go More ways whether you're watching in there. So we can go live on there, and this says select first party, select key. You can't remove the vertical, but if you choose auto, vertical stream will automatically create it from the center crop of your horizontal live stream. All right, so we want to stick to the center with the content, which kind of sucks. Kind of sucks, but yeah, I'll have to think about that. How would that actually work? So it has to take the center dimensions of that. So it's actually yeah, how does it actually work? Shouldn't it tell us? So it's 9:16 is the ratio. So if you take I had this like calculated before because it's on my other monitor, right? So it's going to be if you have 1080, well, what's the ratio? It's 1920 by 1080 is, well, 1.7777, yeah. So let's see. So if you do 180 divided by 1.7777, you get like 608. So so the height is going to be 1080. The width is going to be 608. For vertical. So what do I have to do? I have to put in, I need to make like a little an overlay here. The vertical region. So I just add a little source here. Let me see, source. The hell was it? It was like a color source. So we'll call this we'll do it as a brighter thing there. And we need it to be 1080 or 608 by 1080. It keeps the same height. Now how do I center it again? Center of the screen. So it does a center crop. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this overlaid. So let me just add a quick downstream keyer. Why is it not working? Okay. Turn off studio mode for a second. It's coming on and then it's turning off really quickly for some reason. There we go. Okay, wow, that is a very short, very small window that gets transmitted for the vertical. Okay, so that's yeah, that's kind of dumb. I will have to think about what I'm doing with that though. It would be nice to multi-stream. Okay. Yeah. I just want to like keep that in mind that is exactly like it's such a narrow section of the window. So it's less than a third, right? It's less than a third of the screen. Okay. So sending the donation link, it doesn't send there. Is there a way to send the chat? Chat message, chat, send announcement. Right, YouTube send. You can send a message to chat. You can't send. You can send a message to the channel, but you can't send to the broadcast. Broadcaster. Send message to channel. I don't know why this doesn't work. Saying it's not taking variables. Currently limited to plain text, no variable support. Problem is it doesn't send it at all. The latest monitored useBot equals true, fallback equals that. It says it should send it to your channel chat. I just don't understand why it's not. What is this anyway? What's the difference between that and the other thing? For the broadcast, is that what we're doing? It's just not working. I don't understand why. What if we turned off the bot account? Call back the broadcaster. Turned off the bot. Turned off that. Did it that way. Oh, now it worked. Okay. So it must be something with the Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. Oh, silly. Silly. I think I know what it is. It's because I have subscriber mode on. So let me find if I'm on because I have subscriber mode on. And we are, okay, so we're under KevDub, and what I want to do is switch my account to my other account. This is my bot account, my normal account, and my less focused account. Time to say goodbye. Danny, Davey, where are you going? Gotta save this for later. It could just be a melodramatic thing here. He also likes to just joke. I mean, let's see. I want to find my thing. So I need to do a Chrome extension's been a bit okay. KevDub codes. I need to subscribe. Right? And I don't need to have any of that stuff. I need to actually subscribe because I don't think it's allowing me to be a moderator unless, wait a minute, do I need to subscribe unless I can, wait a minute. I think I know I can do something else here. I think I can studio this and do this. I think I can studio this. Studio. We need to go over to our switch account to KevDub codes. And I think you do like moderation or something. Moderation. Community? Is it community? Must be in like settings or something. Moderation. Community moderation? Can I add a moderator? User management? Add a managing moderator? KevDub 81? I can add that. Okay, standard moderator. Choose who can moderate and participate. Approved users. There's some hidden users for some reason. All channels can redirect to my content. This is like a raid or something like that. Redirect to your content. Okay, approved users, standard moderators. Manage it. Is this... Live commentary participant. Don't know what that means. I guess I have to add all of these. Oh, well, no, I guess it is hierarchical. Okay, so a approved user has the right to do all this stuff. And then a standard moderator has all the rights of an approved user. They really should do a better job of like explaining this. On Twitch, it's a lot easier to understand. A welcome message? Guideline? I don't know what I want to say here. Okay, so now that I follow myself, I can send messages via StreamerBot via the KevDub81. Fun. Okay, what is this little... Is that like moderator indicator or something, I guess? Okay. All right, back to the topic at hand here. We're going to finish up this section on CSS. So it's very helpful to remember and review. Let's see, lists, links, backgrounds and borders, review, line height property. Properties used to create space between lines of text, right? We did that. Accepted line height values include the keyword normal numbers, percentages, and length units, like the EM unit. I still don't know what those freaking things are. They should explain those a little better. I don't know if they ever did. Maybe they did at some point. I just don't know. I don't know if they did or not. That's going to be something that I keep a lookout for. That's something that I've not learned, and I would like to know. What is an EM unit again? So the units of whatchamacallit? Where are these things? Wait, what's going on? EM. Unit. Values in units. Let's go to here, the styling, guides, clamp, data types. These are all the things. I think we did look at these at some point. So, oh my gosh, so many different things. Frequency units, what? Well, that's not for, okay, but we need length units, right? Absolute length units, centimeters, inches, millimeters, PC, PT, PX, and Q. Okay. Well, okay, so default viewport units and dynamic viewport units. That's interesting. Angle units. Large viewport percentage units? Local font relative length units? Oh my gosh. I wonder if I should do a deep dive into some of these things, like it might help me to like learn a lot more. I just want to, I don't know, like my goal, I can easily get sidetracked and go down rabbit holes here. I really just want to know the solid fundamentals, right? 1/4 millimeters. 1/40th of a centimeter. 1/4 millimeter, that's 1/4 of a millimeter? 1/40th of a centimeter, right, okay. It's a 1/40th of a centimeter, but it's a 1/4 millimeter. 1 pixel is 1/96th of 1 inch. I guess so, because well, if you're doing like dots per inch, it's usually 96, right? Pixels, it's usually at 96. Okay, points and picas. I don't know what picas are. Apparently, it's 1/6 of an inch. Interesting. 1/72nd of an inch. One 1/72th millimeters, 1/10th, right? So millimeters and all those things, that all makes sense. 1 inch is 96 pixels because it's what it's, and that's a fixed, that's an absolute length. Like it doesn't depend on how many on your resolution or whatever. Your dots per inch. Yeah, okay, and then we looked at let's take a look at default viewport units. So it makes sense. Like there's viewport is like what you can see, the page area. Yeah, the viewport is like what you can see currently. Yeah, that's calculated by the browser. Okay. Starting to feel like anxiety over the sheer number of things to learn, and I really just need to relax and take it one day at a time. Take one little thing at a time. One little piece at a time we will learn. But so someday we'll do a deep dive on these things, I think. On these units, the dynamic viewport units. It's interesting when you want a viewport to be automatically sized in response to browser interfaces, dynamically expanding or retracting. You can use the dynamic viewport size. I think this would be nice if you're using a mobile device and you have the keyboard open up. So many times you have like that, just like not, you have it block your view. And so what I'm thinking is that you would use this in that situation where you want to open up the keyboard, but then take the usual viewport and shrink the viewport down so that you can have the keyboard underneath it and all of the content above it, and have it respond to that. Okay. So we did some of this stuff. Let's just like, I think I just want to like go to the quiz, and then like I just learned more with the quizzes. So let me see. Line height values, list style type. We can do, we can control the type of bullet styles, and then that stuff. List style position, so you could have inside, so you could line up text that that runs to the next. So this is inside list, outside position. But the thing is, like, there's differences here. And text overflowing, right? Overflowing text. Text is overflowing there, but if you see with this, now it's going to line up. And text overflowing, it's going to line up with the bullet here. That's what they were saying. So the text always here on the overflow, but then the bullets get pushed in, so that means that the... Yeah, okay. I got it, okay. List style image property, you can use any image then for the for the elements, right? So did they give an example of that? I don't know if they gave an example of that. I don't think they did here. They didn't, but valid image location, you can change the, you know, the sizes of those things. We played around with that. Line height. Margin bottom. Styling with pseudo classes, and then we have the link pseudo classes used to style links that have not been visited by the user. So you can have link pseudo class and over visited and style and focus states. So set the link one there. And you can do on hover, you can do visited, focus. Okay. There are default things though, are there not? There aren't, okay. I'm pretty sure there are some defaults in the browser. You know, depending on the browser. And so that one receives the focus. So that's if you're like in here and you tab over and you can put an outline around it, right? An outline. This was the active, if it's actively being clicked, right? Working with backgrounds, we worked with some backgrounds. We did the background images. No repeat on that. And okay. Center top, okay. I just want to do the quiz. Box with borders. We'll do the quiz and then we'll yeah, we did look at linear gradients, right? But had to be with a background. You can do it with, you can do linear gradients with backgrounds. So with backgrounds, okay. And you can't do it with everything. You can't do it with some other stuff. Okay, lists, links, backgrounds, border quiz. Can I like? Let's copy this link. Let's copy this link. Everybody, let's do this quiz here. Okay, which CSS property is used to specify the image to be used as a list marker? A list. Wait. Specify the image to be used as a list. So it's list style image. Which property is used to control the position of the list item marker? The list item marker. The position was list. I think it was style type, wasn't it? It was style type. It was like inside and outside. Or was it position? Was it position? I don't remember. The height property do, what does it do? It changes the space between lines of text. To hover, you use this one, you use that pseudo element. Background repeat was the default value for background repeat. I think the default is repeat, is it not? I don't know what repeat X is. I forget what that was. Used to control the size of a background image is background size. Border. You want to apply a solid red top border to an element. You do border top 3 pixels with solid and then a red. I think that's right. And which of the following is not a valid border property? Valid border property. Border bottom, border right, and border top. Those are all correct. Border side. You can't do that. Which of the following is a valid border style value? I know dotted is, so that must be correct. But triple, wave, and zigzag? Double is one, but not triple. Okay. Which of the following is the correct way to apply borders using the shorthand property? Applying borders using shorthand property. That's just border. Oh, they give you the ordering, but they just care about what the name of the thing is, I guess. What is the role of the linear gradient function? The rule is to create a transition between multiple colors along a straight line. It's kind of what it is, but it is used to determine that background images should be repeated. Is closest. And it is along a straight line, like in 2 dimensions, so yeah. The value for the background repeat property ensures the image repeats horizontally but not vertically is to repeat X. Right, repeat only in the X direction. What is the purpose of the border radius when around the corners? Which of the following is not a valid value for the background position property? Background position. Probably side. Bottom, top, center. That sounds correct. Which of the following background repeat values can be used to repeat a background image vertically, or repeat Y? Background position center. What does that do? Positions the background image in the center of the element. That sounds right. Okay. Not a valid border value. I know you can use solid, you can use dashed, you can use dotted. I don't think you can use inverted. I don't know what that means. Although, can you use dashed? Or is that the same as dotted? Radial gradient creates a background that transitions between multiple colors in a straight line. Well, radiates from a particular point, of course. I mean, it's in the answer. You're giving the clue. You're giving the answer away. Which of the following is not a valid pseudo class? I'll say before. Link, focus, visited, those are all valid. Which of the following shows the background shorthand property being used properly? Background no repeat. Set URL? I don't think you have to set. I think it's like no repeat. And then that other stuff. Okay, so I'm finished. What did I get wrong? Off the charts. We got 20 out of 20 correct, so we were right. Is the list style position? That was the one that we were not quite sure of. So I think do we want to continue with this? We'll continue with this tomorrow. So tomorrow we will do this one. Can I like grab the link or something? No, there's no link there. We'll copy the link for tomorrow, and I'll do this. So should be like keeping track of like what we did here. What did we do? What did we do? So we learned on there. So set up for let's see, for day 4 we'll set up for that, and then so we also have this link. Starting with that, we'll do user interface design fundamentals. We'll do theory. User interface. Be looking at design. Okay. And we'll be looking at design. Design. We'll be looking at tomorrow. I think we'll just do CSS tomorrow. I think we'll just do a full day of CSS. And then we'll do React on Thursday is what we'll do. Okay. We're going to take a lunch and we will be back. So I hope you take a lunch as well. I'll see you in like 40 minutes. Okay, back from lunch. We're gonna work on this thing here. This little. That's weird. Should that be over top of me? I feel like that shouldn't be, but oh well. This is okay. Let's go back to this. So I'm trying to figure out a way to dynamically create this list, and let's see, string and yeah, okay. Should it be in quotes and then I do quote and then that? Because I don't think that works. Why is the error there? Oh, you know why? There we go. I think that was it. There we go. Now the only other thing I need to do is this number format. Oopsie, I don't want that. Number format, the general format. So do number format. How do I do it? A custom format. Custom format. Where's the custom formatting? It's adding decimal places, but I want to add. Do you do this again? It's so odd. How do you do a custom format? That's so odd. I really need to learn. I really need to learn this. All right, so we're gonna close that down in a minute, but in LibreOffice Calc, there's got to be a way to do this. I mean, you can easily do it in whatchamacallit. I'm pretty sure that I've done it before. I just don't know. You should find number format. How do I do that? Format cells in categories box. Put this over here for a second. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Select the cells that you want to have the new format. So we'll select those. Choose format cells. Oh, there's where it is. Okay. And then the numbers here. Yeah. How do you do the padding? Leading zeros? Yeah, like that. That's what I want. I want the leading zeros. There we go. And okay, why did that not? Oh. Okay, wait a minute. How do you? Is it numerical or something? Information. Look for all. What about So when you reference it, though, it's not grabbing I want to get a number value with leading zeros. It's so odd that it would not make this easy. Well, that plus that gives you the next day. That's not the answer, though. That's only displaying. It's not. You're not able to actually to grab it. So how do I? Okay, yeah, okay. I see. I can cancel that. I think what they want us to do is rather than use the whatchamacallit. Just use a text format. And just use it that way. Format cells. Rather than number, just use it as text and just keep it as that. Format code is that. Okay, so just use it all as text, and then what we can do is just do 0, 0, and then we can do that. Although doing math on them is difficult, isn't it? Because we have to do some math on it. I guess it's still working. There we go. We can get all those links to there, right there. Okay. So we do know that we have some time off there. And what I want to do is to set this up as... See, it's not exactly what I want. So you can do it that way. And then, okay. And so we can get it from there. And then what we want is this. And I can copy that. And then I can paste it here. And then that's my schedule. I can just like paste this right into here. There we go. And there we go. So some of these are created, some of them aren't. And that's exactly what I want. So we have our schedule here. The 11th is today, and that looks good. We can just save this. We can go to here, and we can close this down. There we go. Okay, and so we're going to close this down. We're going to look at or whatchamacallit, if this would work correctly. Did I do this right? Weird. Okay. Okay. We will go to our current project, and we want to go into this React thing, and I think this is where our... Yes, we have our hooks in there, and if we take a look at hooks, that's where we have this, and then I think what I can do... it's up to date. Oops. There we go. We squashed the commit for day 2, and that's what we did there. Yes, so what we'll do is we'll see which branch we're on. We should be on main, so what we'll do is we'll do git checkout branch day 03. And then we'll check out to that branch, and we'll do all of our updates onto there. And let's see, let's change... right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the Git repository is underneath the previous one. That's where the VS Code is. So we should go into VS Code from there. So we'll do VS or Codium into that folder, and we'll get that up. And what we'll do is we'll do podman. Oops. Let's see. Go back. Terminal data back. And we'll start our podman machine. Starting up our podman machine. There we go. And so the way I'll set this up, I'll get these I'll get learn React with TypeScript. We'll get that up and going. And I think what we wanted to do is open in a split, right? We wanted to open this underneath is what we were doing. Open to the right, but what we wanted was a split. Didn't we want a split? How did we split this? How did we split it down? Split down, that's what we were doing. Split down, there we go. Now we have the same folder, same file there. Okay, and then we'll open this up right here. We'll go into here. Okay, we can close that down. For some reason it opened it up to the side. Okay, so we have that. Okay, we want to be over here. So we want to be over here. We want to be over here. We can get rid of this thing here. We can go. Get rid of that one. We widen this up, and then we were at like 180, I think is where we were, but this is okay too. So we'll keep half of this right here. And I think we left off on the use reducer, I think. Is that what we were at? We were stuck at? And so Docker, okay, this finally worked. Machine is in rootless mode. We have that. For some reason we're in PowerShell, even though I have this set to oh, wait, this is a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, this is a whole bunch of stuff. Wait a minute. I think... Because this is an app data roaming VSSU. This isn't right. This is not right at all. We want it from here. We want the settings here. Okay. But the terminal, integrated terminal, is get bash. Why is that not coming up correctly? Now it's coming up correctly. That's so odd. Okay. So we're sourcing from daily puzzles for some reason, even though it's not, whatever. We don't need that to be the, whatchamacallit. I don't understand why all this comes up, though, because this is the different, settings. Path here is correct. It's the current folder. Which folder am I in? Which folder am I supposed to be in? Does this not realize which folder we're in? That is the folder we're supposed to be in. I'm confused. Command prompt from there, PowerShell from there. Integrated profiles, Windows. Terminal integrated profiles, we have get bash. So we should be using the get bash, but then with the init file. Okay. Alright, we got all this other stuff here. Okay. Well, I'm gonna close this down. We have the CSS up over here as well, huh? Get the CSS. We're looking at that. I'm gonna close that down. Okay. Now, where did we leave off last? We can take a look at our git log one. Git log, and that should show us, you know, what we did. We were left off on use state, page 87. And then we squashed from there. Using use state. So we finished up there, and we're on to understanding reducer, I think. So we'll just double back and reread this and see what we're up to here. Okay. I'm gonna open up. So what I should do is start the whatchamacallit was the Podman container. Should be up here somewhere. I forget how to do it. Is it Control R? What I want to do is go Podman run, I think it was. And so we want to Control R that. Oops. Alright, I don't know what it was, but we'll have to go back to that. I'll check it out in the break here. Okay, we are back, and here's where we're at. We're reloading this thing here. So this is what we were doing. I had to go into WSL first, right? That's what it was. It was Windows Subsystem for Linux. That was the terminal that I had the history with the podman run command there. And I should remember and like learn how to what everything is doing there, but soon enough. So first, it brings you into the subsystem for Linux shell, and then you have to like exit out of the shell that it brings you into, and it's kind of like, and then you're back at the normal file structure, folder structure. And then we go into which is at the 90 days web dev folder is what I have. And so then I go into React TS. I change my directory. I go into there, and then I start this container, podman run. We want to remove it when we're done. We want to interact with it and have a TTS terminal, or TTY, whatever the hell it's called. User RNS, I don't know what that stuff is. Keep an ID. I think it's like to bring stuff in from the host operating system to the virtual operating system for the container. Like carry over some user things. And we're going to run on port 5173. Set up a volume, which is here, and then in the container we have it at /app, and we're getting everything from the container at /app with this. And then there's this like Z thing, which I don't know. It doesn't run on regular bash under Windows, and it doesn't run in PowerShell, but it will run in WSL. So that's why I'm in WSL for this little bit here. And then let's see. And then we set up the workspace. So directly when we go enter the container and get that terminal, we're going to go to the folder for hooks, for app/hooks, and then that's that part. And then so we're pulling Node, the latest version of Node, which probably it could end up biting us in the butt. But that's the image we're pulling from. Then when we get into there, when we use the terminal, the shell that we're going to use is bash. That's all that is. It's a lot of stuff. But that's what that does. That's what that stuff is right there. So now we're inside of our container. Now what we can do? What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? We can do npm run as a dev in the development environment. So to bring up all those dev tools and stuff. There we go. Now it might take a minute. Oh, it actually came much quicker. So we're going to control click here. We're going to go to our local host at port 5173, and it's going to bring this up. And what do we have? We have Bob with 0, just as we left off. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. Cool. Now, what are we going to do? We're going to understand how to use reducer. It's an alternative, more complex method of managing state. It uses a reducer function for state changes. What does that mean? It takes in the current state value and returns the new state value. Is that what a reducer function does? Okay. Reducer function. Initial state value as parameters. Returns a tuple containing the current state value and a function to dispatch state changes. Okay. What does that mean? So it takes in a reducer function and an initial state. We know about those initial states. Now, what's going on with this stuff, though, with this reducer function here? That's what I need to figure out. So then it returns a tuple containing the current state value and a function to dispatch state changes. Dispatch state change. So reducer does something to the initial state or something. So the reducer does something to initial state, and then you return a dispatch thing, which is gonna, I don't know. What does that mean? Dispatch function takes in an argument that describes the change. So it's what you want to change. So this reducer acts on the existing initial state, I guess, and then the dispatch is gonna replace the existing state or something. I don't know what this is all about. The option is often referred to as an action. An example dispatch call, this is very confusing. Gotta say, an example dispatch call is as follows. Type add amount to. I do not know. If you are out there and you're watching, and you know what this stuff is, happy to hear your thoughts here. Dispatch add amount. So you're taking it like a JSON-like object. It describes the change. So you have to have a type and then an amount. So we're going to do something with the type. Based on the type, we're going to do something. There's no defined structure for an action, but it's common practice for it to contain a property such as type to specify the type of change. Other properties in the action can vary depending on the type of change. Here's another example of a dispatch call. Type and loaded. So this time the action only needs the type to change the necessary state. And turn your attention to the reducer function that has parameters for the current state value and the action. Here's an example code snippet of a reducer. So reducer will take a state and an action, and based on the action type, we're going to do something. So in the case of it being an add, we're gonna return what do they call this? What do they call that again? Like some kind of unpacking. Destructuring or something? Unstructuring? Structuring? Destructuring or something like that? The object? ... Object. Like destructuring, I think. Total. State total. Action amount. That's what we do. We change the total. Okay, so we're changing the total. It's interesting that you use the object notation for this when you're doing. It's so interesting. Okay, it's so weird. Okay, and you can have all these other cases, and then in the default, if it falls all the way through, you're just returning the state. So it's just a yeah. Okay, so it doesn't do anything if it doesn't fit everything. Doesn't fit the type. The reducer function usually contains a switch statement based on the action type. Each switch branch makes the required changes to the state and returns the updated state. Right? A new state object is created during the state change. The current state is never mutated. Mutating the state would result in the component not re-rendering. Mentioned that on Thursday, I think. I don't understand what that means. Mutating the state would result in the component not re-rendering. What does that mean? So inside the add branch, the spread syntax is used on the state variable. The spread syntax copies all properties from the object after the 3 dots. In the preceding code snippet, all properties are copied from state variable into the new state object returned. Right, so you're just basically like it's like a inheriting the all the properties and stuff, the key value pairs from there. So it's not actually like just importing the object state. It's actually just like flattening it into a new object. The total property will be rewritten by state.total on action because it's defined after the spread operation in the new, and then it's written here with the total, right? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that is an interesting pattern, isn't it? You're bringing in the existing like state values and like total. That's interesting, right? Because you're overwriting the values that were in this state with the total plus the amount. It's not just total plus amount. That's what's interesting to me. Total plus action dot amount. That's what's interesting to me. Why is it not just total plus action dot amount? Because it's not defined yet. Although, okay, so this brings in all of the things. So okay, so it's a nice pattern for bringing in. So like we only want to act on one part of it, on one attribute, one property. But so we're going to return the state, but we want to like, let's bring in the entire state object, and then we return just what we changed. You know, we change it, and then everything else stays the same. Everything else will stay the same. You just change the one property that you want to change. It's an interesting pattern to do that, though. Different than what I see in Python. Types for use reducer can be explicitly defined in its generic parameter as follows. So you have a tuple here, state and dispatch, that you're defining to just be constant. Use reducer is going to be a I forget what this part means. Is that what it's going to return, or is it what it's going to take? So you need to take a reducer with a state and an action. And so that's what the reducer part is. But you're doing some type checking here, that you want to make sure that the one argument is a reducer of state and that takes a state and an action. Okay, and then initial state. So that's interesting. Okay. Reducer is a standard React type, has generic parameters for the type of state and the type of action. Okay. Maybe I should like zoom in over here. That's what sucks. The zoom, I need to fix the zoom. Much of what I do off stream is going to be fixing stream this week, I think. I'm not going to be doing a lot of solving crosswords and such. Oh, I think I'm going to focus on this stream. Additional complexity may be worth it in the following cases. Okay. An action changes multiple state values, so if you have a web API response updating a loading state value as well as a data state value, if you're doing multiple changes, the next state value depends on the previous state value. The add action in the preceding example is an example of this. Okay. So use a implement state using use reducer. Okay. That's what we're going to... Okay, so, you know, going through these examples will probably make a lot more sense for me, at least. I think so. We will refactor the person score component. So we have our person score component up over here, right? We got our person score component up over here. And use reducer instead of use state. So to do this, we'll carry out the following steps. The code snippets are available to copy from here. So if you, there you go, here, I'll copy the URL. Here we go, here, check it out, here. Examples are there. You can get that code there. Open person score.tsx. Already off to a flying start. Got that. That's down. Doing so well right now. Import use reducer instead of use state from React. Import use reducer. Okay, we're going to use reducer instead of that. Just to make sure that we're on the right branch here. We should be. Let me add a new terminal. We don't need to be in WSL for this. We can interact with our file outside of the container, interact with our files outside the container, and they will be updated inside of the container. It's so cool. It's fun like that. It's very fun like that. So we're on branch day 3. That's where we want to be. That is where we need to be. So we want to use reducer. We will have the state in a single object. So define a type for the state beneath the import statement. So we're going to define a different thing here. Beneath the import statement. So before we even do this export of the person score function, we're going to create a state. We're going to name it, we're going to give it the property of name, and it's going to have the types string or undefined, and we're going to do number. Forget what all that other stuff was. I should go back and review that stuff. But you know, I've got several other books that will help us review more basics and stuff like that. So I don't feel too bad about that. We do need to set that off. So we're going to... So what we're doing here is we're creating a new type. The type is going to be state. It's going to have attributes, name, score, and loading. And name is going to be string, or, it could be undefined. Score has to be a number, and loading has to be Boolean. Okay, so... we can save that. And so what we're going to do here, we're going to do next, we're going to define types for all the actions. So we're going to have to define some types for the actions. Define some types for the actions. And then so interestingly, they do it like this. Equal to with this or. They use this or thing. I don't know why. I don't know why they're doing it like that. That's kind of interesting. We're going to initialize name. Oh, yep, it can be a string. And or, so or it can take a type of increment, or it can take a type of decrement, oops, or we can reset. And then we can end that there. And so that's the types that we're specifying here. Okay. Okay. Interesting. These action objects represent all the ways in which the state can change. The action object types are combined using a union type. We're gonna finish up this in the next section here. We are using reducer. Let's get this use reducer thing under control here. All right, so these action objects represent all ways. So let's look at it. These action objects, all ways in which the state can change. Action objects are combined using a union type, allowing an action to be any of those types, right? So this kind of union type is a discriminated union because each item in the union contains a property to distinguish the items. What? Well, so they're completely mutually exclusive, that there's nothing. Well, I mean, could you have some shared things in it? I don't understand. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. Why would you like try to like union it with something that's the same thing? I don't get it. Property to distinguish the items, the type property. Well, like one specific thing tells you that it's different. Is that why? Now define the following reducer function underneath the type definitions. Oh my gosh. Type definitions. Underneath this is getting pretty hairy already. Function. Reducer. We're going to have a state. We're going to do state. We're going to have an action. Of type action. We're going to return a state. Switch is action dot type. Okay. And then we're going to look at all of the cases here that action.type could take on. Here, we're gonna initialize if it's of that type, and loading is false. Okay, now the next case is increment. Oops. And that is going to return state for, and it's going to act on the score. Okay, did that score +1, so this is different than before when we did this stuff basically in line, where we did those things. And then we will do decrement, which is basically the same thing. But we're gonna use the state score and decrement it by 1, of course. And then we're going to do a reset, which is just basically going to return the state with the score back to 0. Okay. And that is our reducer. So, okay. I'm not grasping why it's called a reducer. I don't get that part. So, yeah, I'm just going to be in the dark about that one for a little bit, I think. And then we have the default state, which is to just return the state. That is the default case, right? So it is underneath there, so you just return state. Okay, the reducer function contains a switch statement that makes the appropriate state changes for each type of action. Notice the nice IntelliSense when referencing the state and action parameters, right? State, okay, whatever. Yeah. It helps us fill those out because it knows that those need to be made. Our language server doing our work for us. Love that. Love that. Don't we love that? Inside person score component. Inside a person score component. So inside this part, this function, this is the component. We want to replace the use state calls here with this other stuff. Constant name, score, loading, and have our dispatch function now. I guess we have to declare what that is, or... And this is going to be use reducer. Okay, so use reducer. Are we still using the effect? I think we're still using use effect. And then name is undefined. Score is 0, so we're setting it up. Loading is true. Okay. And it's been I guess fixed there. Did I miss something? I think I might have done something wrong here. Let me see something. Let's undo everything here. Because I think we were supposed to have use effect. Oops. What did let me redo something. There we go. Yeah, it's all of these use state calls, right? All of the use state calls. Okay. Yeah, so we just replace all those use state calls with the following single use reducer. Okay, and then we have to replace the use effect thing, or we update the use effect. Okay. Okay. State has been initialized with an undefined name. A score of 0 and loading set to true. The current state value has been destructured into name, score, and loading variables. If you hover over the destructured state variables, you will see that their types have been inferred correctly. Property name is string, its a score is a number, and loading is a boolean. Cool. Okay, so now we're on step 6. So we now need to amend the places. We need to amend the places in the component that update the state. So that's the set loading and the set name. So if we're getting the person, then rather than taking the person as the argument, we're just destructuring the object and taking the name out of that. Just taking the name out of that. And we're going to use our dispatch. Which takes an object. So the dispatch function is given to us just by the structure of this being that I guess. We'll take increment and we'll do name. Okay. Now, all the other stuff's the same. We're not doing anything with that thing. I forget what that is anyway. And then lastly, we'll dispatch the relevant actions in the button handlers. So on click, rather than set score, that's for these, right? These are the same thing. So we just do, let's just do this. Set score. We're going to dispatch type of some sort, and that will be it. Everything after that. Just like that. I'm going to take a type of increment, decrement, and reset. And then that should be correct. So what is the problem? The problem is the object literal may only be known, only specify known properties. Name does not exist in type increment. Okay. Why? Yeah, I don't get it. Why? Why? Bring this down a little bit just so that when it, yeah, when we're in that zone, then we're we know we're gonna move out of the way. There we go. Okay. We got some updates here. We got some updates to install here too. We got open remote. That's not gonna affect anything. I'm not using that right now. That's a pretty cool thing. I was testing that to remote into whatchamacallit, into containers as development to basically use them as developer containers. I think my camera should be over those things. Let me see something. At the very least, it should go over top of the other thing. There we go. I don't know if I want to over top of the pomodoro, actually. Yeah. I want the progress bar over top of that too. I just don't want it over top of the currently playing. I think that's what I wanted. Okay, never mind. Okay. So that's what that format is there. So what happened here? We got this. I'm gonna restart the extensions. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. Why is this not like loading? Is there something completely wrong? There's no more errors because it's reloading. Okay. It's funny though. Okay. HMRE update. What's happening with the server? Okay. So what is the problem here? There is something wrong. And I think I might have missed something. Object literal may only specify known properties. It can't specify a type. Name does not exist in type. So where... I think this is outside of that. I think I messed up. Type. Name is not a type. It did say that this was line 49, so it is this line. Yeah, why is that? What is that? What's going on here? Yeah. Type initialize that. Dispatch. Is it just missing something? Is it just missing name? Name like that? No? So name does get returned from there. The property there. So what's going on with the dispatch thing? The dispatch, they said amount to. Did I miss something? Initialize does take name string, so there is something up here that maybe I missed. Initialize name string, that's that action. And what am I doing wrong here? Everything else is correct, right? Everything else is correct. So the reducer action type, case initialize, name score loading, and dispatch, use reducer, reducer function, name undefined user in that. Oh, no. Okay, that's why. Right. Okay, this is actually instructive though, because increment does not actually have a name property associated with it as that type for that action. But initialize does. And I typed that incorrectly. That's the error. There we go. It's good to make some mistakes sometimes, and you learn a little bit. I think we can reload this and see what we have here. So this should function just like it did before. Yeah, everything seems to work out just like it did before. Cool. I don't think we're naming it anything. We're not changing any name though. How are we setting up the name? We're getting it from person, but I don't remember where it was. Get person was just a random person, I think. So yes, we're resolving it right here as Bob. There we go. It's just hard coded in there with that resolve. Cool. Okay, so that's what that does. And so that completes this. If you try running that, they'll work correctly, update the displayed score, and that's exactly what it is. A lot more code, but maybe this is a bit more extensible then. You're able to update it a little bit easier, more easily. I don't know. If you have a lot of stuff going on. I do feel like I might be trying to run before I can crawl. So I am going to take a lot of this with a grain of salt. I'm just trying to learn a little bit. I really do feel like I learn a lot best when I jump into the deep end and then just retreat back to the shallow end, and then go further and then go further from there. But that's how my brain works. So I'm gonna commit these changes to our branch here, to our git status. The only thing that should be changed is that React hooks. So we will add star person. Oh, okay. Person score, okay. Should just CD into that. We'll be right back. we will actually, let me go up one. Okay, there we are. I'll commit these changes, which is just use reducer, and we ended up on page 91. There we go. We'll be back in a minute. There we go. Okay, there we go. It's acting a little strange. Here are the React 19.2. We can go to use reducer. Look up the docs for that. Initial art. And then there's this actual, there's an init thing that's interesting. Okay. 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 Put that over there. We got this. We got this. Okay, let's go. We're going to use ref hook next. This is where I got hung up. Last time, back in, I think it was January, February. I think February. Kind of gave up at this because I was poking around with the crosshair code base, and you know, I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm trying to see, you know, pattern match, see like what I can do to achieve some things. And what I wanted to do was set up to get the reference hook for the modal that would pop up all the time, and connect it to an escape key, hotkey, so that you could hit escape and then escape out. Turns out wouldn't work because there's a whole bunch of other stuff going on there. I have no idea what the problem is. There you go. Hey, baby girl. How you doing? So let's see, where is it useful? Where the use ref hook is useful? Walk through common case of ref hook by enhancing the person score component we have been working on. So understanding the ref hook. The ref hook is called useRef, and it returns a variable whose value is persisted for the lifetime of a component. It's called useRef, and it returns a variable whose value is persisted for a lifetime. Hang on one second. Hey, Bubba. The variable doesn't lose its value when a component re-renders. Okay. I don't know why I wanted to use that anyway. The ref can be changed without causing a re-render. Constant ref use ref initial value. An initial value can be optionally passed using type of ref can be explicitly defined in a generic argument for use ref. That's interesting. I wonder what I could do for this. Generic argument is useful when no initial value is passed or is null. So Typescript won't be able to infer the type properly if no initial value is passed. Okay. Value of the ref is accessed via its current property. Current ref value, ref.current. Value of the ref can be updated via its current property as well. Common use of the ref hook is to access HTML elements imperatively. HTML elements have a ref attribute in JSX, can be assigned to a ref. The following is an example of this. My component. Is this what I was trying to do? I don't know if this is what I was doing. Maybe it was the memo hook. I don't know. One of these hooks I was trying to pigeonhole into. Just trying to hammer it in. Now that I'm seeing it, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. Somehow my brain just went down to some bit of psychosis and imagined an alternate reality where you could use a ref hook like that. Let's see. New value. Set the new value. A common use of the ref hook to access HTML elements imperatively. HTML elements have a ref attribute in JSX that can be assigned to a ref. The following is an example of this. So you input ref, you use HTML in oh, because I knew, yeah, okay, now I remember. So I was trying to grab the HTML element, which was going to be like the modal or something. And I wanted to just like yeetus the modal or something, or get access to whatever the modal thing was. Input ref, use ref, HTML input element. And then I guess you're going to update it in some sense, right? Or actually, no, so explicitly given a type of HTML input element. Standard type for that is assigned to the ref attribute. Okay, well, this will make more sense when I run through some examples here. So the example code is here. We'll share it with the chat. If that's not what I wanted to share. Copy the link to the page. Took a while. This one is what I wanted to share with the chat. That's not what I wanted to share either. Copy link to page. Copy page link. That's not what I wanted. Why is it copying the page link? Can I just like copy the URL? My gosh. So dumb. Okay. Okay. Let's go to use ref hook. Ref hooks. Ref hooks here. React hooks. Okay. What are they called hooks anyway? Okay. We're going to enhance the person score component we have been working on to use useRef to move the focus to the add button. Move focus to the add button. Now it's starting to remember. I remember because we wanted to we wanted to shift the focus to the resume button, and so that I could like hit enter to resume. That's what it was. Okay, because like when you finish the puzzle and it doesn't and the modal pops up saying you completed filling in there's letters and entries in every single square, but they're not all correct, so you got to go back. But in Crosshair, when you bring up the whatchamacallit, that modal pops up, it's not focused on anything. You try to tab over. No, the focus is in the puzzle. It's not on the modal. So what is going on there? Like the focus should be on the modal, the thing that's right in front of your face. But you know, whatever. And then you try to fix it, but yeah, it's not good. It's like I think the whole code base needs a rewrite. Like it's hairy. It is hairy fucking code. And I just don't have the experience to like go in and make sense of it. So that's what I'm trying to get. Experience to go in there and fuck around. Let's see. So what do we got to do? We got to import from up here. We got to use ref. We got to import up there. We need to create a ref for the add button. We're going to keep the use reducer stuff and all that. Okay. Underneath the use reducer, after all these types, after all this stuff, wait, where is it? Oh, it's in here. It's inside the component itself. Sandwiched in between the use reducer call and the use effect. We're going to do a const add button ref. Use ref HTML button element. Null. Okay. Okay, so we got that part. We got that part, and everything's still working. We didn't actually change much. The ref is named add button ref, and it is initially null. It is given the standard HTML button element type. Right. All the standard HTML elements have corresponding TypeScript types for React. Right-click on the HTML button element type and choose go to definition and discover all these types. So if we go to definition, these are all these types. Okay, let's zoom in on this. Those are all the types. Canvas element extends, whatchamacallit. Wait, let me lock this in. There we go. So you get all these types. HTML table, there's SVG elements and stuff. Okay. What else? Blobs, media sources. So they have all interfaces for these things. Even events and stuff. Events. Keyboard events, mouse events. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. HTML auto. Wait, so is there a mode element? There's a script element, option element, map element. Maybe that's why what I was having trouble with, because I couldn't actually get the button element I wanted to get was the element from inside the modal, but I couldn't actually access what was inside the modal. That's what it was. Couldn't actually find it. Okay. Cool. So you can, okay. What I like about this book is it's kind of like, it's giving me ideas to explore and how to, you know, go beyond the book to learn myself. So you can go to the source definition, you can go to the type definition. Source definition is going to be deep in there, I bet. Type definition. Okay, there's that. Interesting. I don't know what any of that stuff means, but this is in TypeScript. All of this stuff is TypeScript. And this is the DOM. It's part of the library. What is Oh, I do have some changes there. Right, I need to go back and so yeah, I think what I was doing was that I wanted to do a merge squash main. That's what I wanted to do. There's still two problems that we added it, but it's never used. Okay, so that's what comes up. Now we're on step 3. We're going to assign the ref to the ref attribute on the add button of the JSX. So that is on this button, this add button here. And we're going to add a ref for this. And it's going to be an add button ref. Add button ref. Okay. Add that button ref. Does that stuff. Now, okay, now we've used it. Okay. Now, we got no problems whatsoever. Now that we have a reference to the add button, we can invoke its focus method to move the focus to it when the person's information has been fetched. add the following highlighted line in the existing effect inside of the use effect after we get the person. Then after the dispatch, there's another thing we're going to run. We're going to run add button ref current question mark. That's where the current reference is. Focus. We're going to focus. See, I tried to pattern match and tried to do this on the on that, but I couldn't do it. Now, wait a minute. When I reset, what if I reload? Now, what happens? What happens now if I add? Okay. I don't think anything happened. So when we clicked it, it should stay focused on that. That's what we wanted, right? We wanted the button ref to stay on there. So the question mark after the current property on the ref, this is the optional chaining operator. It allows the focus method to be invoked without having to check that current is not null. So when we visit the following link for more information about optional chaining, yeah, there's that there. There's a cleaner approach than adding that line of code to the existing effect. At the moment, the effect is mixing the concerns of fetching data, setting state, and setting focus to a button. See, but it's not even working right now, though. When the person's information has been fetched. Yeah, but like, okay, so I can restart this, right? It should reboot back to 0. Oh, there it is. Wait a minute. But if I go add, okay, so when you first reload, when he gets the information, oh, so it wasn't actually retrieved. Maybe that's what it was. No? Wait a minute. I don't know. What if I reset? When it's actually retrieved. HMR update. I think this is actually different. Can I restart completely? It's not actually updating there. So at the moment, the effect is mixing concerns of fetching data, setting state, and setting focus to a button. The use effect. Use effect is doing, yes. Okay, so it's grabbing information, right? It's fetching data from getting person. It's dispatching the change, setting the state, and then it's setting the focus on the button. Mixing concerns like this can make components hard to understand and to change and to update. So remove that line from the existing effect. So just get rid of it. Okay. Well, let's go and we'll add this because we want to. Alrighty, let's get back to it and do this next step. Step number 5. There's a cleaner approach than adding that line of code. At the moment, the effect is mixing concerns, right? So we're going to remove that, and then we're going to split this up. So the use effect, if it's not loading, right? If the state is that not loading, then we're going to add button. Well, you know what? Let's just, oops. I could have just copied it. I could have just copied and pasted. But no, they told me not to do that. They told me to just delete it. To yeetus it. And then if loading, we're going to have all this other stuff. But what about the person? What about the person? Are we getting rid of the person? If loading, we return that, but then otherwise we're just going to return all that other stuff anyway. Well, this is interesting. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. We're going to move this up here. That is this part. Get person, then name that, dispatch that type. I don't understand. I don't understand this part. Oh, we're adding another use effect. I see. And then we do this, if not loading. And then if loading, we return... if loading... Why not just if not loading, then run use effect? Like that? Is that what we're doing? So there is an error here. I just want to make sure that I have the right things here. That's that, right? We're using that one effect. That's the use effect. Okay, that's the body of the use effect. And then get person and then all that. So that should be right? We're gonna... Okay, we're gonna automatically do that, and that looks right. Okay, and then, so everything looks good. We don't have any errors. It's just that there's this thing here that is pointing somewhere for some reason. Removed lines. Okay, just okay. It's the what do you call it? Okay. Oh, okay. So if I'm focused on this, it's weird. Okay, I gotta be outside of that for some reason. So the effect is executed when the loading state is true, which will be after the person has been fetched. So it should be after I reload this. So it's loading and it's not there. So now it's there, right? And then if I do reload as again, So now it's more persistent. Okay. Yeah. Before, I don't know, it wasn't like updating or something. If you refresh the browser containing the running app, you will see a focus indicator. The add button, yes. Press the enter key, you will see the add button is clicked and the score incremented. This proves that the add button is focused. This completes the enhancement in our exploration of the ref hook. To recap, the ref hook creates a mutable value and doesn't cause a re-render when changed. It is commonly used to access HTML elements and React imperatively. We already have that up over here, right? The ref hook here. Use ref. Use ref. Use the ref. Cool. Cow. Fucking cool. Fucking cool. All right, we'll do the memo hook. We'll do the memo hook next. Memo hook. Memo hook. What are they feeding me? Okay, let's finish it. So we're gonna say get status. That's that one there. We're gonna add that person score there. And we're going to commit this change, commit that change. And so that is using the ref hook, something like that. That completes using the ref hook. And that was on page 95 is where we left off. There we go. Git log, and that puts us there. So we're a little bit ahead there. Use ref hook. You're using the ref hook, page 95. Okay. Yes. Okay. We're gonna use the memo hook. We're gonna learn about the memo hook, where it's useful. We will then walk through an example in the person score component we have been working on. So understanding the memo hook. Memo hook creates a memoized value and is beneficial for values that have computationally expensive calculations. This hook is called use memo, and the syntax is as follows. So it's similar to caching, right? So I think it actually is caching. So do they have a link to this thing? So let's go look at that. So I think it's pretty much is caching. Use memo, although it's not like caching, like it's not actually caching like storing it to the database or anything and like saving it for later. Just caching it in memory, right? Result of calculation between re-renders. Let you cache the result of a calculation. Okay. So you have a memoized value. It's a use memo expensive calculation. It's going to be there. Okay. Yeah. Function that returns the value to memoize is passed into use memo as the first argument. All right, so that's the pattern. You have a use memo, taking a function anonymously, and you run this like expensive calculation, and then you have this other like passing parameters to it, right? Is that what that is within use memo? Dependencies. That's what that is. That's what that extra thing is. Second argument passed is an array of dependencies. So if the expensive calculation function has dependencies A and B, the call will be as follows. Why do I have a feeling that we're going to do some Fibonacci shit or something like that right now? Either that or like finding primes or something. Probably Fibonacci. Expensive calculation AB, AB. You need A and B in order to do these previous things. Okay, so when any dependencies change, the function, the first argument is Execute it again to return a new value to memoize. In the previous example, a new version of memoized value is created every time A or B changes. The type of memoized value is inferred, but can be so it's triggered anytime that in the previous example, a new version of memoized value every time A or B changes because of the dependencies. When the dependencies change, then it's created a new memoized value. Okay. The type of the memoized value is inferred, but can be explicitly defined in a generic parameter on the use memo. The following is an example of explicitly defining that the memoized value should have a number type, right? Okay. And then we experiment with use memo. So using the memo hook is where we are. Let's do this. Okay. We'll use the person score component we've been working on. If I can readjust my chair here and get out of the rut that it was stuck in. We have been working on to play with the use memo hook, so carry out that. So this is the use memo part. Can I copy the URL? Copy the URL this time. Copy the URL. Paste it in chat. There you go, chat. There you go. Have fun. Dig in. Open the person score. TSX. We're already there. We're already there. We're gonna add another thing, and it's gonna push this to another line. Apparently, is that what's gonna happen? No, it didn't. Well, it's still in that same line. Cool. It's all cool. And we're going to have a silly expensive function just below the import statements. Before the types. I'm going to do a console log. Executing a silly function. It's very silly. So silly. Let the sum equal 0. Let the sum equal 0. I less than 10,000. We gotta do it 10,000 times. We're gonna create this little for loopy here. Using I, initialize that 0, and then up until, doing 10,000 iterations here. And we're going to sum. Just this sum plus the thing here. Oh, did that wrong. Got the syntax wrong here. Okay, the sum there. Now, if sum's not being used, what am I doing? I'm returning that sum. That's what we do. Now there's still some problems. What are the problems after setting this up here? Use memo is defined but never used. Silly expensive function is defined but never used. Use memo is declared but its value is never read. Silly expensive function is declared but its value is never read. Those aren't really like big errors, but I don't know, they're marking it as a big error. Yeah. I mean, it's not going to affect the run, is it? But you just, you want to use this. So we're going to add a call to the function in the person score component beneath the effects. So after the use effects calls here, which were these ones and that one. So in between if loading, I guess. And that one there. We're going to have an expensive calculation. Silly expensive function. There we go. And then, and then right in between that. So, and then what do we do with that expensive calculation? Well, we're going to add that underneath here between the buttons. I'm going to run expensive calculation. That should take care of a couple of the problems there, and then refresh the browser. Containing the app and click the buttons. If you look at the console, you'll see that the expensive function is executed every time the component is re-rendered after a button click. Oh, that's funny. Wait a minute. There's that number right there. I don't see it being re-rendered though. What if do I have to restart? Refresh the browser? Yeah, it's not being updated. They want us to open the console. Open the console. So they want us to open this up right here. We'll put this, let's see. Let's actually put this up in the corner here. We'll put it up like right there, I guess. What the hell? I don't know. It's not actually let me do anything here. I do this. Squash it down. No? Squash it down. Put it up over here. What we want. We can put this the lower left there. Okay, whatever. Down here. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, I should set something up for this. Let's see. Console is what we want. So in the console, we're executing silly function. Every time we click that button. All right, we can clear. And it executes that, and there's anonymous code. It's being run as well. Well, that's weird. What does that mean? So remember that a double render occurs in development mode and React's strict mode, right? So once a button is clicked, you will see executing silly function in the console twice. So the expensive function executing each time a component is re-rendered can lead to performance problems. Rework the call to silly expensive function as follows. We're going to use memo. Aha, so that's why we have not used it yet, but we will right here. Expensive calculation. Expensive calculation, use memo. Look on that. So we will use this on that, and we'll do this sucker right here. Just like that. Save that. Eat that. Skirt that. So it's not calling on re-render. I don't know what this number is though. Expensive calculation. It says the total, but it's not like, I don't get it. What if I restart? Yeah, I don't get it. So use memo hook helps improve the performance of function calls by memoizing their results and using the memoized value when the function is re-executed. So for more information on use memo, you're going to see the React on that. I mean, I already have that up over here, but that's okay. We'll take a look at it over here. Yeah, same thing. The React compiler automatically memoizes values and functions, reducing the need for manual use memo calls. You can use the compiler to handle memoization automatically. Cool. Okay. is that? Oops. Okay, we're gonna get wrapped up here. This will be the last Pomodoro of the day, so we should probably just finish up with the memoizing. And Or wait. We're going to use the callback. So we're using callback. How much more do we have left in this chapter here? Let's just take a quick peek here. Let me see. Table of contents. I don't want the thumbnails. Come on. Table of contents. Table of contents. We don't need all that other stuff. We're in chapter 3. We're here. We have a callback hook. We have other React hooks. And then there's a summary. There's questions. There's answers. Okay, cool. And then there's a part 2, which is app fundamentals, which is good to go over, I think. It would be interesting to go through this. Oh, wait. Part 2 is starting of chapter 4. Never mind. So we're on 98. We need to finish up. Okay, so we have a couple things to get through. Yeah, so we'll probably just finish up this callback hook and then we'll be done for today. We'll come back next week, or next week. We'll come back tomorrow or Thursday and finish up with this chapter, and then we'll go on to chapter 4. Okay. So let's see, understanding the callback hook. So the callback hook memoizes a function so that it isn't recreated on each render. The hook is called useCallback, and the syntax is as follows: some function. So you have to import it, right? Function that executes the function to memoize is passed into useCallback as the first argument. So you have some function, and the first argument. Wait a minute. Function that executes the function is the first argument. And then there's an array of dependencies, just like the other ones. So if the sum function has dependencies A and B, the call will be as follows. Right, just as it was before, same patterns apply. Yeah. I'm going to fix the zoom on this thing. When the dependencies change, the function in the first argument is executed again to return a new function to memoize. In the previous example, a new version of memoize callback is created every time A or B changes. The type of memoize function is inferred but can be explicitly defined in a generic parameter. Memoize function has no parameters and returns void. So, common use case for use callback is to prevent unnecessary re-renders of child components. Before trying use callback, we will take the time to understand when a component is re-rendered. Okay. Understanding when a component is re-rendered, we already understand that a component re-renders when its state changes. Consider the following component export function, some component. We use state and we get these some state and the way to set some state, the function to do that, and child component, another child component. So then on click you react to something like that. That's like the callback usually, right? So when some state changes, some component will re-render, for example, when the button is clicked. In addition, child component and another child component will re-render when some state changes. This is because a component is re-rendered when its parent is re-rendered. It may seem like this re-rendering behavior will cause performance problems, particularly when a component is rendered near the top of a large component tree. However, it rarely does cause performance issues. It's because the DOM will only be updated after a re-render if the virtual DOM changes. And updating of the DOM is the slow part of the process. In the preceding example, the DOM for child component won't be updated when some component is re-rendered if the definition of child component is as follows: export function child component, return span a child component span. The DOM for child component won't be updated during a re-render because the virtual DOM will be unchanged. So it can cause performance issues if a computationally expensive component is frequently re-rendered, or a component with a slow side effect is frequently re-rendered. We want to avoid unnecessary re-renders and components with a side effect that fetches data. It's a function that memo in React that can be used to prevent unnecessary re-renders. The memo function can be applied as follows: to child component to prevent unnecessary re-renders. Memo function rather than the use memo. So memo function wraps the component, memoizes the result for a given set of props. The memoize function is then used during a re-render if the props are the same. Note the preceding code snippet uses arrow function syntax so that the component can be a named export. So in some, React's memo function can prevent the unnecessary re-rendering of slow components. And then memo function and use callback function hook to prevent unnecessary re-renders. So we're going to refactor the person score component by extracting the reset button into a separate component called reset. This will lead to unnecessary re-rendering of the reset component, which we will resolve using React's memo function and the use callback hook. So this might be quite involved by the looks of it. So we'll share this with the chat if we can. That's weird. Copy the URL. We'll share that with the chat. There you go, chat. Have fun. And so we'll start by creating a new file in the source folder in the reset button component called reset. Okay. So we will create a new folder, a new file called reset.tsx. We'll open this up here, and then after we open it, okay, we should be able to save it, and there we go. We have a new file. And what we're going to do here is we're going to get some properties. On click, we're going to return void. So we have a function on click that returns void, is what we're looking for. That's the contract that we want to set up there with that one. So props then. So the on-click button that's taken by reset should adhere to the to the props type there. Console. Oops. We're going to do a render reset and return the button on click. The function we're going to pass is an on click button, and there we go. So that's our new function there, and the component takes a click handler and displays the reset button. The component also outputs render reset to the console so that we can clearly see when the component is re-rendered. Then we're going to open up person score, and we're going to, rather than use all that code, we're going to import reset. It's going to be underneath here from reset. Import that from reset, and we're not actually using it yet, but we're going to replace the existing reset button with the new reset button. So we have our reset button down here, all that. is going to be replaced by reset on click, and the function that we're going to pass it is going to be an anonymous function that takes no arguments and uses the dispatch function. Oops. There we go. Let's see if that updated at all. And see, we have some errors still here. So reset is let's see. Backslash, is that what we wanted? There we go. Now we're fixed. Now we're set up. We go to the app running in the browser and open React's developer tools. So if we go down here and we click on this stuff, developer tools, is that what we're looking for? Can't I like access this? How do I access this again? Oh, here, and components. Make sure the highlight. So well, we have these dev tools, but we have components and we have profiler, but I don't know where the settings are for this one. Is it application? Is that part of it? I think maybe it was under there. Where are the actual things there? So that's the console, right? That's logs. Okay. Okay, but then if I close that down. All right, where do I get this? Because I don't see app running in the browser, open React developer tools. So I guess it's going to be in settings. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Highlight updates when components render. Compact and auto is fine. Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. And in the browser, the reset button will work as it did before. If we go to console, we can see a reset. And it gets rendered every time. Okay. But that's unnecessary re-renders, right? The browser's inspect tool will show us that inspect the DOM, so we can inspect the HTML. I can get rid of the styles, right? Okay. Styles are down there. In the reset, so if we open up the body, we go down here, the root and all this other stuff, we have the reset button down here. Okay. Click the buttons and observe the DOM elements. Highlight. Reset gets re-rendered. Okay. You can see that like flashes, right? Doesn't result in a DOM update. In addition, reset isn't computationally expensive and it doesn't contain any side effects. The unnecessary render isn't really a performance problem. However, we will use the example to learn how to use the React memo function. Use callback hook can prevent the unnecessary render. So we will now add React's memo function to try to prevent unnecessary re-renders. we're going to open reset, and we're going to have at the top here, we want to import memo from, memo from React. And it's not used, so it's going to give an error or a warning. And then we're going to export rather than a function, we're going to export this as a constant, right? That's a constant. Reset is memo on there. And we're going to take in this on click and that props, and then we're going to return that there. Okay, so what's going on here? So we're taking in this. We need to add one of those there. Into props, that gets added over there, and then we have to close this. There we go. Okay. Now what happened there? If we restart here. But it's showing brain something or other. It's weird. A different thing that it was popping up before. So in addition, add the following line beneath the reset component definition so that it has a meaningful name in React's development tools. So then when we do this, if I reload it with a re-render here, let's see. Reset. Okay, reset is there. Okay, reset times 2. Fun. So funny. Okay. In the browser, we'll click the add subtract, and we'll look at the console and see that it's still unnecessarily re-rendered. We're going to use React's developer tools to start to understand why reset is still unnecessarily re-rendered when its result is memoized. We're going to open the profiler panel, and so that's under here. That's this, and we have to record, right? So record why. So there's some settings here in profiler. We want to record why each component rendered while profiling. Have that set, and we're going to click the blue circle to start recording, and then we're going to click the add button. Click the add button, and then click the red circle button. So that's time for today, but we're going to completely, we're going to continue on and finish this up, but give yourself a hand for making it through one more day of 90 days of whatever it is that you are doing. For me, that is web development. And so let's give a hand for yourself. Yeah. Clap is what I mean. Let's finish this up though. Click the blue circle icon. So we did that. We clicked add, and then click the red circle icon to stop profiling. And in the flame graph that appears, so we click the reset bar. Okay. In the reset bar, there are, let's see. Why did this change render? It's props changed on click. Okay. It gives useful information about the reset component re-render. It rendered at 4.6 seconds. It's a little long. The unnecessary reset render is happening because the on-click prop changes. The on-click handler contains the same code, but a new instance of the function is created on every render. So this means on-click will have a different reference on each render. The changing on-click prop reference means that the memoized result from reset isn't used and a re-render occurs. So how do you fix that then? We can use the use callback hook to memoize the on-click handler and prevent the re-render. Okay, so we're going to open this up, and we're going to refactor the handler into there. But first, what I want to do is to store this. I want to commit this change, so we're going to add our functions, our new files here and everything. And so let's take a look and make sure that they're added, they're staged. Let's commit them. Let's commit these changes. We're going to say use callback hook on step 13, and that is page 104. All right, so we're all updated, and before we do any refactoring, we know what the state was before. So let's see, we want to do a constant underneath here. We still have that expensive calculation going, and we're going to handle the reset, and we're going to dispatch, get our dispatch function, type reset, and so we create that anonymous function for dispatching, for handling the reset. So how do we trigger that? It's rather than on reset here, we have this. That's basically the same thing, right? It's just renaming it. But wait a minute, what is happening here? But I guess it's just a little bit easier to work with here. Basically the same thing, just a little bit easier to work with. Now we're going to use the callback. So we don't have these in order, do we? Doesn't sort them by alphabet. I don't know if it's supposed to or not. So we'll use callback and then add a memoized reset click handler right underneath handle reset. So we have defined our function under there. Okay, and in here, handle reset memoized. Interesting. Use callback. Handle reset, and then that, right? And then don't we have to then go back and change it then? And then now memoized. Save that there. Reset here. Let's see. Let's profile now and see. Oops, we got to restart. Okay, wait. Restart it. We got that. What we want to do is to click the add button, stop profiling, and then reset did not client render. Did not render on the client during this profile session. Interesting. Okay. Reset is no longer unnecessarily re-rendered. That completes our exploration of the use callback hook. So here's a quick recap of everything we learned in this section. It's a component is re-rendered when its parent is re-rendered. I think what I was doing is what was I doing? So we used the ref hook, we used the memo hook, we used the callback hook. So we made some progress here today. We will do other React hooks, questions and answers on Thursday, and then we'll start looking at app fundamentals, which is going to be approaches to styling React front ends, which will help us with using our CSS and stuff. and then using React Server and client components. This is getting kind of hairy, but I'm probably not going to go too deeply yet on those. This is the part where we're exploring and seeing, you know, what's possible here, and then we'll fill in some gaps later on. Really just want to immerse myself in what is possible here first. And you know, on day 45, if I'm not, you know, knowing about a lot of that stuff, then we should worry. But it is day 3, so we have a lot of time to go. Let's see. React hooks. So what was I doing in these sections? I had like clips from here. There's that, but there's also summaries or something. Section recaps is what I was looking at. Chapter 3. Right. Completes our exploration of the effect hook and all these other ones. So maybe I should go back and look at some of these. I think what I was trying to do here was setting this up. So PDF auto copy. We want to have autofocus, was it? I think it was autofocus. I think it was auto copy actually. So what I was doing was here's a recap of everything. Oh, that's interesting. The use reducer. We had the use reducer. Let's go all the way back up to here because we were at use reducer. We didn't finish the ref hook, so we had that. So what was at the end of use reducer, at the end of that section? It was just this. Okay, it was just that wrap up. At the end of ref hook. So to recap, have that, right? And so what I was doing, I think, was assigning that not as a quote, but as a call out. Is it call out? Title end page. I think it was just page. So what we'll do is we'll copy the selected text. Is it autofocus that I had on as well? Is that what I wanted? I'm not sure what I was doing here. Is it this? Why is this not working? It was working before, I think. Bing bong. Bwong bwong. Maybe I have to do it like that. What's going on? Link is copied. It's not pasted. Page, we have a call out, right? Customize. Copy, embed, add highlights to file directly. Isn't that what I had? Don't I have it on there? Enable PDF. No, that's not what I want. I want, oh gosh. Okay, there's a crazy amount of stuff on here. I want it to link back to here. So why isn't it linked with that? Copy embed link to rectangular section. So that's a different thing. That's going like this. And then that should add it automatically, but for some reason it's not. Oh, it's auto paste that I'm having a problem with. Okay. For some reason it's not doing auto copy though. Oh, well, there it goes. Okay. To recap. I don't know why it does it like that. Definition is not what we're doing. Maybe it's not. Quote in a call out. No, I just want a call out. We just want page. Let's see, let's try that again. Try it again. Should be appeared. And this here. There we go. For some reason it's just odd. Okay. It's still saying PDF definition, but that's not what I want. Call out. Maybe we wanted it like this. I don't remember. Call out page. I think maybe that's what we wanted. Is this one. What was I using for this? It's still saying PDF yellow. I don't understand why it's doing that. So was it not PDF? It was just quote, or was it embed? I think maybe it was embed. It's embed. Let's try embed. See if that's what we're looking for. No. No, that's not it either. We want a link. We want the quote with the link in the title, right? Is it just quote? Is that all we were doing? Was just quoting? We were just quoting. Okay, so we're just quoting. That's all we're doing. And it was yellow is what we were using, right? Yeah, we're using yellow. Well, it'll take a while, but you know, we're ready for future. Memo hook. So memo hook to recap on the memo hook. Completes this. The use memo hook helps improve performance. There we go. And then there was some more on the callback hook that was there. So it was, let's take a look at the table of contents. Memo hook, the ref hook, state hooks, ref hook, memo hook, callback hook. We used reducer and used those other things, so there was some recap on those others, wasn't there? Okay, using the memo hook. And then callback hook. So then in summary, we have that can do slow components, apparently. Okay, there we go. Just like add the add those there. Okay, and then the callback hook. Okay. Callback hook. Just looking for summaries, basically. Quick recap of what we learned in this section here. Callback hook. Okay, and then so what I was doing for this was entering, and then I think what I was doing, I think I actually set up a quick action if I remember correctly. So I can go from all these and then number checklist. Is that what I wanted? It's not what I wanted. You don't want a numbered checklist. Yeah, I guess that wasn't what it was. What I was doing was just going like this and doing wait a minute. Yeah, so yeah, like that is fine, I guess. And then doing space there. Leave it as there, because then that, yeah, there we go. All right. That is it for today. I'm gonna go off screen. Update for tomorrow. Get ready for tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll do React hooks. More React hooks, and then we'll set up for tomorrow. So we'll create that document, and we're gonna focus on CSS completely tomorrow. I'm gonna do completely just CSS tomorrow. So that's what we'll focus on. And so we'll leave this for Thursday. So, oops. Okay, hang on a second. That's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. Okay. That's it for today. So, yeah. That's day 3. So, this has been Kevin reminding you that you can't get it all done in one day, but you'll be surprised what you accomplish when you commit to doing something for 90 days. So, have a great day. We'll see you back here hopefully tomorrow, 9-ish. Pacific time. Yeah, and we'll catch you later. So have a great rest of your day, and ta-ta for now.